Licensing Subcommittee, 1st of July, starting at 10 o'clock.
Councillor Russ McPherson. I'll just welcome you all to this City Council Licensing Subcommittee. If I could just ask my colleagues either side to introduce themselves.
I'm Karen Young, Queen Edith's.
Imogen Blackburn Horgan, also Queen Edith's.
Thank you very much. And just to go to the first item on the agenda, which I will take this opportunity to say, if anybody doesn't have an agenda, there are some spare copies. So you're quite welcome to pinch one of those if you don't have one at this moment. So we go to appointment for the chair. And Elizabeth, if our legal officer, if I could ask you just to take this item.
Sorry, I'll propose Russ.
I second that. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, councillors. In that case, I will continue. Item 2 is declaration of interest, and councillors or anybody can in fact express declaration of interest right now or at any time during the meeting if it comes to you at another time. So you can express a declaration of interest any time that you so wish. I will move to item 3. It's slightly different from the notes here. Item 3 is the meeting procedure, and I always like to check that if the applicant is happy and public speakers are happy that they understand the procedure of the meeting, which is in actual fact on page 3 and 4 of the agenda in front of you. And I can go through that should you so wish. Or is everybody happy that the procedure is understood? If at any time you're thinking what is going on, that's fine. Just stick your hand up, we'll stop, and we'll explain that part. So, and that seems to be a good procedure rather than go through the whole thing. So I'm quite happy to stop at any time and just reiterate what's happening. Okay. If I could just ask those others within the chamber to introduce themselves. From you. Sorry, can we just make sure the microphones are on? And the reason for that is because there are people online and they won't be able to hear you, or maybe people online, they won't be able to hear you unless you put the microphone on, that's all. Thank you.
Sure, I'm Elizabeth Yarrow. I'm a resident of Trafalgar Road.
I'm Ben Rollings. I live at 5 Trafalgar Road. I'm also representing my wife Sue, who lives at the same address.
Alexis Mather. I live at number 12 Trafalgar Street.
I'm Matthew Taylor, Director of Other Side Limited.
Elizabeth Lanahan, Legal Advisor.
Luke Hatchpole, Environmental Health and Licensing Support Team Leader.
Claire Tunnicliffe, Committee Manager, will be taking the minutes of the meeting.
Sarah Steed, meeting producer.
Thank you very much, everyone. That does two things. It helps get you into the swing of things and stops me speaking, which is always a really good thing. So in that case, then, I think if you're happy with the meeting procedure, just a short discussion on the building itself. Are you aware where the facilities are, should you need to use them? Outside the door to the left, thank you so much. And there are, the fire alarm hasn't gone off at 10 o'clock, so we're rather hoping it's not going to, but if it does go off in the next few minutes, that's generally a test. If you are expected to exit the building, that's absolutely fine. Just follow the officers. I will be following them. You can follow me, but we'll make sure that everybody is safe and well and able to exit the building safely. And the microphones are just both buttons on the microphone, and just make sure that the microphone's off because it just interferes with somebody else if not. Is everybody okay with all that? Lovely. Just like to make sure everybody's comfortable. That's the important thing. And I'm told that the applicant himself will be turning up a little bit later. Is that correct?
Sorry, I am the applicant. My colleague, Mike Champion, who's going to be the landlord at the venue, has a hospital appointment, but hopes to join us later on if he's able to.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. It's just that it's just got the agent on your label, so I wasn't sure if you were the applicant or not. But that's absolutely fine. As long as you're happy to proceed in the situation we are now, then that's fine. And the first item, first presentation will be from the Environmental Health Licensing Officer, Luke Catchpole. Luke, I'll hand over to you if I may. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. An application under Section 17 of the Licensing Act 2003 to apply for a premises licence with respect to the Academy 44 Chesterton Road, Cambridge, has been received from Otherside Limited. The application was served on Cambridge City Council on the 8th of May 2024. A copy of the application was also served on each responsible authority. The application and plan is attached to the report at Appendix 1. The applicant is seeking to provide the following licensable activities: plays and films on Monday to Saturday 8 a.m. to 11 p.m. and on a Sunday 8 a.m. till 22:30. Live music from Monday to Saturday 12 p.m. till 11 p.m. and Sunday 12 p.m. till 22:30. Recorded music Monday to Saturday 8 a.m. to 11 p.m. and on Sundays 8 a.m. till 22:30. Supply of alcohol both on and off the premises Monday to Saturday 11 a.m. to 11 p.m. and Sunday 11 a.m. till 22:30. In accordance with the regulations of the Act, the application was advertised on the premises and in Cambridge News on the 10th of May 2024 to invite representations from responsible authorities and other persons. The last date for submitting representations was the 10th of May. I don't believe that date's correct, the 10th of May. I believe the last date for submitting representations was the 6th of June 2024. Representations were received from 20 other persons. The representations are attached to the report as Appendix 2. 17 of these representations are against the grant of the licence, with 3 in support of the grant of the licence. No representations were received from any of the responsible authorities, but Environmental Health agreed conditions with the applicant. A list of these conditions is attached to the report at Appendix 3. The application needs to be determined. The proposed premises is located within a cumulative impact area and is therefore subject to the cumulative impact assessment. The onus is on the applicant to demonstrate why the granting of the licence would not add to the cumulative impact already being experienced within the area. Thank you, Chair.
Councillors, any questions for Luke? Any clarifications? Any clarifications for the officer?
Yes, I did
Yeah,
have
please, carry on.
one clarification. I went through the representation analysis and I counted up 21 objections, and 20 of which live on Trafalgar Road Street, as I've gone through this, with 3 non-objections. Just a clarification that it's slightly more.
No, that's absolutely fine. That will be noted. I must admit, I didn't actually count them myself, so thank you for that. So there's one extra objection. Okay. Yep, that's fine. Thank you very much. Any other comments for the officer?
No, I'd just like to say that I'm surprised by the number of people opposing the application. I think if we'd have known it to have been so many, we would have launched a campaign to ensure, as I did at my previous venue, that people in support of the application would have written. Last time, as I said, at the engineer's house, when we made an application for an alcohol licence, we did lobby our clientele, and we got a very positive response. And I'm sure if we'd have done the same this time, we could have got a lot more people in support, but it didn't occur to us that there'd be such a negative response.
Okay, thank you for that. Any come back on that, Luke, or are you happy to proceed?
Happy to proceed, thank you.
Okay, in actual fact then, it is your turn anyway to actually make your presentation now, so please, Mike, over to you.
I'm not going to make a formal presentation because I think we've said everything that we have to in the papers that we've submitted. What I would like...
Could I ask you just to get a little bit closer to the
sure.
microphone?
Yep. What I would like to do is go through the objections which have been brought to your attention so far. I don't know if it's better to do it all in one go, or to wait for people to say what they've got to say and then for me to respond. I don't know what you think about that.
Sorry, you wish to go through to address the applications that are against your proposal?
Yes, well, I thought I could just go through the negative responses, the opposition to the application, one by one, but I wonder if it's better to do that as they're raised throughout the discussion rather than just as a lump at the beginning.
I've got no objection. What I really don't want to do is have a question and answer session or to be cross-examining the public speakers, which I fear may well seem like that. So I'd much rather that if you have comments to make on a general level, because a lot of the objections, they do actually run into, they can be categorised quite clearly, quite easily anyway. So I'd much rather that you address the objections as a whole at this moment, but you will get another chance to speak later on. Councillor Young.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I would appreciate just a sort of a very brief kind of opening statement, what you're trying to achieve, you know, what kind of place you want to arrange. And that, I've read the papers, of course, but it would just be nice to hear from you as well, a kind of positive statement about what you want to do.
Certainly. Yes, well, I've been involved in businesses in Cambridge for about the last 10 years. I've given you all a flyer relating to the last two and the current one. I'm very interested. I used to run a charity in Cambridge as well, and I used to work at Winter Comfort just around the corner from Trafalgar Road, so I know the area well, and I know the kind of clientele that Winter Comfort has to take care of. The objective in terms of the venue is to create very much a community-based hub. We don't want to create another Wetherspoons in Cambridge. You'll see from the flyer that the kind of things that we want to do are tours of Cambridge based on well-known Cambridge personnel, or academics and townies. The idea there is that we run these tours, and we hope to run dozens of them, and the end point for each tour is going to be our venue, where there'll be a discussion about the tour after the tour has been completed. We've asked for licenses for music and for performance, but we're not expecting to use those licenses for all the hours available to us. It's just if we want to put on a talk, or we've got a birthday party in the basement, that we can do that and we can have music. So I think I should make it very clear that, because one of the main objections seems to be with regard to music. We don't even have a music license yet. So we won't be playing any music until we get the license. I think that's the first thing that needs to be stated. What we have done is we've brought in an acoustic engineer, a professional engineer, to take measurements of sound emanating from the venue. The venue is on 2 floors. It's on a base. There's a big basement, which used to be a bank vault, so it's really secure and it's really well soundproofed. And a ground floor, which will be the cafe and bar area. So it'll be more like a continental bar rather than a full-blown pub, which we've never wanted to develop. So going back to sound, the acoustic engineer took readings in the basement and on the ground floor, and this is before all the soundproofing has been put in. And in the basement, at the decibel level that he said we could go up to, you couldn't hear any sound in the flat. By the way, the venue is in a block of flats, so it's got flats above and flats behind. If music is being played in the basement, which is where we hope the events will take place, and these will all be quite small-scale events. I think the maximum number of people we can have in the basement is about 60, and that's when the full mechanical ventilation system is in place. But with sound, I think it's about 60 dB, you couldn't actually hear anything emanating from the basement on the street or in the flats above or behind. So when we make our application for the music licence to the council, it'll be backed up by a professional acoustic engineer's recommendations. On the ground floor, we're not going to be running any live music events. The only music that will be played will be background music, which I think is set at about 30 decibels, and every licensed venue has background music playing, or the option to play background music if they want it. Personally, I don't like it much, but if we want to have it, we can have it, but you couldn't even hear it in the basement downstairs. Sound might leak from the venue if the doors are open, but it'll be so low, and again, I was there with the sound engineer when this was tested. There's a balcony above the venue where residents live, where our landlord will be living once the current tenants have moved out. We were on the balcony with the acoustic engineer playing music both in the ground floor and in the basement, and you couldn't hear anything. The only sound you could hear was a traffic noise. The traffic noise was you could hear it, but you couldn't hear the music from the venue. The venue is very well, the basement especially, is very well sealed. The basement area has a lobby, and it has a ceiling that's about that thick, a concrete ceiling. It's about as if it was a bank vault. So the objections to sound, I think, are entirely unreasonable. I can't guarantee if people are sitting on the pavement, and we hope that they will be able to. I can't see why they shouldn't. We will be applying for a pavement licence. In the drawings that our architect put together, which are being referenced in the application, he wanted to put a parklet on the street. I don't know if you know what a parklet is, but it's a bit like the thing that's outside the Guildhall, actually. We have a seating area which is approved by the council. And this was in light of the fact that that area is it's an impact development zone, but it's also part of the Mitcham's Corner opportunity area. And it's one of the main reasons why we decided to set up a venue there, is because it's in this big development zone in the city. So both the Staples building, I don't know if you know the Staples building, and the associated shops that are there, that's going to be developed. That's got planning approval. The Westbrook Centre is going to become as far as I'm aware, last time I looked, a biotech hub in Cambridge. So there'll probably be a lot of people who'll be like the biotech hubs in the north of the city. And I think they're going to build another one in the Grafton Centre. So obviously Cambridge is, as far as the government is concerned, it's a development zone. And we anticipate, again, one of the reasons why we have set up, is because when the Westbrook Centre opens up and when the Staples site is developed, we anticipate that there'll be a lot more people looking for food and drink throughout the day in that area. And so we'll be providing a service not just to local people, but to a lot of the people who will be working in the area in the probably very near future. So with sound, I really don't think there can be any real major objections. If people are sitting on the street, and people already sit on the street outside all the other venues on Chesterton Road, and I've seen local residents sitting there, I've never seen any problems. We have said that we will put the tables and chairs away or we will ask people to stop. We won't serve any food and drink to the outside areas after 9:30, so we've already agreed that with, I think, with Environmental Health. So I can't really see that the sound of people talking on the street will be any louder than the sound of people talking at, say, Thirsty or Lucky Spencer, which is next door to us, or what was the Red Box Cafe on the opposite side. It was Red Box, Red Mug. So I really don't think that the objection based on sound emanating from customers is valid either. I mean, there might be some sound, but it's going to be people talking. They're not going to be holding parties on the pavement. We won't allow that. It's going to be a regular cafe during the day and a nice, relaxed bar in the evening. So I really don't see, based on my understanding of the area, and I've been to all the venues there, there isn't a lot of problems with people being rowdy and drinking. Those kind of problems occur when there are events like the Beer Festival or the Strawberry Fair, and you have people walking in to those events on Midsummer Common or where they might be held. But the actual venues themselves, they're all really quite sedate. The area is a very sedate area. It's in the De Freville area, which is very upmarket. And the clientele are not the kind of clientele that you get at somewhere like the Stones in the centre of Cambridge. I used to work in the centre of Cambridge, you'll see from the flyer that I provided at Lockhouse. I was a partner in Lockhouse. And so I know Regent Street really well. And this Chesterton Road is not Regent Street. Regent Street is a magnet for young people who want to party, maybe get drunk. Chesterton Road is not like that. Chesterton Road is very different. And the kind of clientele we hope to be attracting, or will be attracting, are very much the kind of clientele that we attracted at our last venue, which again I've given you a flyer about, which was at the Engineer's House, which was at the Museum of Technology. And my job there at the Museum of Technology was to renovate the grounds and the house on behalf of the museum and turn it into a profit centre for the museum, which I did, and it was very successful. We got fantastic reviews for the work that we did there. And the only reason we had to move, we didn't want to, was because our lease came to an end. So that's on the sound problem. I can carry on. Does people want to take a break, or do you want me to continue? Carry on, okay. The positive impact the community impact paper, which I have read, of course, also makes reference to positives in that if a new venue is set up, is it providing employment for local people? Is it providing facilities for local people? And we very much anticipate that it will. We provided employment for over 20 people at my previous venue. Most of them were young and were looking for work. A lot of them were students. We also had lots of events in the venue which were suggested by local people. So we weren't prescriptive. We didn't say, we're going to set up a music venue and this is our program. We asked local people what they wanted. And local people said they wanted a comedy night, or they said they wanted a poetry reading, or they wanted to have a talk about climate change. Whatever it was, we would endeavour to host it and support them. And we didn't, by and large, we didn't charge. We made our money on the sale of food and drink. Again, that worked really well. When we had music outside, it was generally with a silent disco. I don't know if you know about silent discos, but they're great fun and people really love them. We did have problems there. I think you have problems wherever you go in Cambridge these days. There seems to be basic objections to any new venue opening up. And it's saddening, I find, because you're trying to add something positive to a part of Cambridge, and there seems to be an awful lot of inbuilt negative opposition. Sort of the default is it's going to be bad for the neighbourhood. It's going to create problems. We really don't see our venue as doing that. We see it as enhancing the area, not diminishing its attractiveness or making life difficult for our neighbours. I have talked to pretty much everybody on Trafalgar Road, and although there are a lot of people who have objected, there are also a lot of people who were very positive about what we were doing. So we can't wait for it to open up, we're looking forward to it, but they're not the kind of people who are going to spend 3 hours writing a negative response to the opening of the venue. So there is an awful lot of enthusiasm for what we're doing. Again, at the last venue, we had a huge social media following. And as a company, we still do. We have over 5,000 people on social media and 2,000 people on our mailing list. And they're all going to be interested in what we're doing and looking forward to our opening. And those people, they're not the kind of people who are going to be getting sloshed on a Friday night at 11 o'clock and staggering out of the venue at midnight. These were nice middle-class people, a lot of them are academics. I really don't think that we're going to be attracting, we won't attract because we will make sure that they're not welcome. And you do that by putting the price of the drinks above the level that, say, someone like Waterstones would be selling drinks at. You just don't hold the kind of events that those kind of people would be attracted to. So I think there's very little likelihood that what we're going to be developing is going to cause the kind of problems that, some of our neighbours seem to be anticipating. As I said, our landlord, who's very experienced, has been working in Cambridge for 30 years plus, Mike Champion. He's run the Carpenter's Arms. He's run various pubs in Cambridge. He's a member of the Cambridge City Rowing Club. He's a rowing. So Mike knows the area really well. He will be in charge of the venue. We've appointed him as our landlord. He has no ambition to turn the venue into some kind of Weatherspoons. He wants the venue to be the kind of place where people that he knows, all his friends from the rowing clubs, where they feel happy. And in fact, he's already booked the first event at the venue with one of the rowing clubs. So again, well, there are cycling clubs as well. So we had cycling clubs at the other side, and they would meet and start their cycle race or their trip at our venue, and then they'd come back and have a drink and a sandwich afterwards. So again, that's the kind of place that we anticipate, or we are going to be developing. So the team is very highly experienced. It's not like we're novices at this. As I said, I've set up 2 other businesses to date, and Lockhouse is very successful. I'm no longer involved, but I was a partner in it at the beginning. That's expanded. That's now got 2 venues on Regent Street and has been making profit for the last 10 years and reaching out to tourists, locals and students. We did, there's been a complaint that we didn't consult, and I admit we didn't consult with everybody, but we did write to the police, and the police were very positive and said, this is what you need to do. And we said yes, and we put all that into our application. So the police, I've forgotten her name now, but she said, yes, all the things that you've said are absolutely spot on. We've got no objection. So we've installed all the things that we need to do. We've got CCTV cameras, recording facilities. Everybody will be properly trained in line with all the license requirements. We did write to all the local councillors, but this was before the local elections. So I don't know if everybody received our email. We got one response back. Again, I haven't got information here. But that response was, we will consult after the election, but I didn't hear anything. So we did write to local councillors. We've consulted with all the various council authorities that we are all aware that we need to. And we think everything is in line with all the local council requirements. So we did, going back to letting people know about what we were doing, we posted on the CB4 website. We've also had our own website up and running for over a year. We've got an Instagram feed. We also put something on the, we asked if we could put something on the Trafalgar Road WhatsApp meetup. And information that we presented was, I think, put into their WhatsApp, but we weren't invited onto it. Admittedly, this was during the course of the period when the licence was being presented as an application. Yes, we held an open day as well a few weeks back and invited people to come and talk to us, to meet us, to see who would be working there and talk to us about what their concerns might be and if they had ideas what we could actually do with the venue. So we don't feel we've been as, that we've failed as much as it's made out that we have. And of course, we're very flexible as well, so we don't want to upset our neighbours. It'd be stupid of us to do that. I think we need to get the venue open, and then we will need to listen to what people say and respond. And if there are problems with noise emanating from the venue, then we'll deal with it. But there's no desire. We've never had any desire. And I don't know why it's mentioned in some of these applications. I think there's a worry that we'll be setting up some kind of nightclub or discotheque, and there's never been any desire to do that. None, ever. We've asked for certain hours to put on music events or talks or plays or whatever. But there, as I said before, so if we're running an event, we can have a film show with it, or we can have music playing with it, or if there's a birthday party. So at my previous venue, we would do parties maybe 2 or 3 every weekend for local people. And these would be local people who wanted a birthday party for their children. So if Trafalgar Road residents want a kids' party, we could host it in the basement. So the parents can sit upstairs and the children can be looked after in the basement. They can scream and shout and make no noise. And there'll be no noise spilling out to even like the upstairs area that would disrupt the peace and quiet of residents of Trafalgar Road. One of the main one of the main reasons that I personally wanted to set up this venue is that as I said, I used to work in the charity sector. And I work with clients across Cambridge. So I've worked with homeless people, ex-offenders, pupil referral units, worked in mental health, worked at Fulbourn. So I've got a lot of experience of working with difficult people, an awful lot of experience. I did that for 15 years plus. So again, some people suggest I don't know Cambridge. I know Cambridge really well, and I know people from the top of the society, as you might say, down to the ground floor, let's put it. So I'm not as naive as people are trying to make out that I am, or that the company is. I know the problems with winter comfort, and I think a lot of the problems that are in the area are because you've got somewhere like winter comfort just around the corner, which does cause problems. I understand that. But our clients are not going to be the ones who are going to be drinking on the street. It's going to be clients from winter comfort who are going to be drinking on the street. There are certain things I noticed in the, I can't remember which bit of paper it was now, but where it says that if there are certain responsibilities that the venue has to maintain good order on the street, and we will do everything that we can to ensure that that's the case, as we did at the other venues that I've been involved in. But there are certain things that we don't have control over. We can try and persuade people not to behave badly, but if they're nothing to do with us, or they're 50, 100 yards away from the venue, then we're not policing that area. We can't do anything about that. But we will do everything that we can to ensure that A, our clientele are not the kind of people who are going to cause those kind of problems. One of the issues was that people use Trafalgar Road, Trafalgar Street as an area to urinate in. Well, I don't know who those people are, but we're building toilets, of course, in our venue, and those toilets will be open until after closing time, so no one from our venue will need to go around the corner to have a pee in the street at the bottom of Trafalgar Road. It's also been suggested that somehow or another people will be going down Trafalgar Road as a shortcut. I've made a mistake and I said it's a cul-de-sac. I don't know if I've said it's a cul-de-sac, but if I did, I made a mistake. I've actually measured the distance from our front door to Victoria Bridge, and it's longer if you go down Trafalgar Road and Trafalgar Street. So and why would you go down Trafalgar Road and Trafalgar Street when you're leaving the venue? You'd either be going home, you'd probably be walking down Chesterton Road, or you'd be walking into town, or you'd be walking into Freville, but I don't know. But I really don't think the objection that our venue is going to be a place from which people leave at, say, 11 o'clock at night and then head round the corner to Trafalgar Street to relieve themselves is reasonable. They might, but I doubt it very much. And one of the reasons we didn't apply for a late night licence, we didn't want one anyway, but I was told that we wouldn't have got one if we had applied for one, because it would have been incumbent then upon the council to provide toilet facilities, late night toilet facilities, if we had applied for a late night licence. So we haven't applied for a late night licence. We never we never wanted to apply for one. So I think the whole toilet argument is irrelevant. And I think really we ought to run the venue, get it open, up and running, and see how it's working. And if there are problems, then we can address those problems. We're not going to put up some kind of iron curtain and say we're not going to listen to you if you've got objections. I'm a very reasonable man, I think. As I said, I've run various businesses. I've worked with charities. I've worked with very, very difficult people. I've been threatened on a lot of occasions by people who've been drunk or ex-prisoners who've been violent. So I know what it's like to deal with difficult issues. I'm used to dealing with them. And I'm not naive. I will do everything in my power, and so will our landlord, to ensure that there aren't the kind of issues that seem to be being raised by some of the neighbours. Yes, I was going to say, so yeah, my background is primarily in the charity sector. And one of the things I want to do at the venue is develop courses in well-being. So we used to do a lot of work in the area of well-being. Used to work in the mental health sector. The former chair of mental health in Cambridgeshire was one of the directors of the charity that I ran. So we want to create a venue in which people feel at ease, where they can have conversations, where they don't feel alienated. We want to be running courses, say on yoga, or we want to start putting accredited courses together actually in well-being, and run those in the basement. They'd be associated with things like life drawing, or some kind of yoga, as I said. So the venue very much is a venue where a kind of learning takes place on an informal, semi-formal basis. But it's also a place where you can relax, you can have a drink, you can hold a party if you want to hold a party. If you've got a film you want to show, you can show a film there. I know the Green Party very well. They were huge supporters of us when we were down at other side, massive supporters. And they said that they would like to, they used to hold their meetings at the engineer's house, and they would like to move their meetings to the new venue when we open up. At least that's what I've been informed. I would like to say this, is I visited all the venues with licences in the area, and I've been there late at night, and I haven't seen any bad behaviour. The bad behaviour I have seen or know about has been brought in from outside. The last bout of bad behaviour was when, I think they came down from Manchester or Liverpool, I'm not quite sure, but they came, they drove down, and they smashed a number of windows in shops in the area, the Co-op, the Red Mug. I think about 7 or 8 venues in the car were hit. We saw people trying to get into our venue, and it's locked at the moment, but they didn't smash it. It's wood-fronted, it's not, we haven't put the windows in yet. So I think a lot of the problems are coming from outside the area, not from people who live in the area and who frequent the kind of venue that we're seeking to establish.
Can I ask you to come to a conclusion now, please?
Yes, certainly. I did say it's quite a lump of things I had to say. Yes, I think that's probably all. I just wanted to add lastly that it is, I think I might have mentioned it before, but it is a designated development zone in the city, which I think is very important. I think it's the next on the list of zones to be developed. And so there will be a lot more shops, a lot more cafes and bars opening in the area, which I think is great. It's already, Milton Road is fantastic now that they've put the new traffic calming scheme in place and the bicycle lanes. That's become really attractive. And I think when the development zone is, when the plan is completed, then that whole Mitcham's Corner area will be a fantastic part of Cambridge where people want to come and visit. And one of my objectives in setting up the Academy is to create a place where people from outside of town would want to come and visit, because it's an interesting place. It's not just a bar. It's a place where there'll be these tours which you can go on. There'll be the well-being courses. There'll be music nights. There'll be all sorts of events taking place. which will draw people to the area, but in a positive way, not in a negative way. So yes, I think I'll wrap up there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Councillors, comments, questions?
I don't know if this will be mentioned later, but I did have a question. I couldn't quite understand the outside space. Is this part of this particular application, or it's not? No. Okay.
I can clarify that. So when the planning application was put in on the drawings, we employed an architect, and one of his ideas was to build, as I said before, a parklet, which is as it's like outside the Guildhall. But we've dropped that idea. We did talk to the council, and the council said we don't think it's a good idea because it would mean that people would be crossing the pavement to get to the parklet for food and drink. So we've scrapped that idea. We are going to be applying for a pavement licence to have tables and chairs alongside the front wall. It's a very wide pavement there, very wide pavement. Every other venue on the street has seating outside. So we'll be just like every other venue. We won't cause any difficulty, as far as I can see, to people wanting to pass by on the pavement.
I just wanted to ask about accessibility. Is there a way to the basement that isn't the stairwell indicated in the plan? And do you have a designated space for disabled people in case of a fire who cannot use the stairs?
The way that we inherited the venue, obviously, and there is no facility, there's no lift to get down into the basement. So what we've done is we've built a disabled toilet on the ground floor. And what we can do, if there's an event that people want to participate in that's in the basement, we could stream it live to the ground floor. That's the best that we can do, but we can't actually get wheelchairs into the basement. But as I said, that's nothing that we could do about, but we have built a disabled toilet on the ground floor.
Okay, thank you for that detailed presentation you gave, and especially as you were basically winging it. I think you did very well. I do have a couple of questions, and some of my questions will perhaps be taken up by the objectors a little bit later on, but if you just allow me to go through some of my questions. On page 9 of the bundle of the agenda, right at the bottom, there are the 3, and then on the other side, 4th, licensing objectives. So I just bring to your attention that the subcommittee's decision must be made with a view to promoting one or more of the 4 licensing objectives, namely prevention of crime and disorder, public safety, the prevention of public nuisance, and on the other page, the protection of children from harm. So your presentation was fine. It's given us a good picture of your statement of intent, basically. But I'd like to know, just in fairly short order, the prevention of crime and disorder. You've already stated, and of course we know this, that when people leave venues, you can't police the world. You can't police. We get that. We understand that, and that's the same with any venue. But however, because as there isn't a venue now, nobody's leaving it because it's not there. So I'd like to hear your view on the prevention of crime and disorder within the area of the venue. Should it be allowed a licence? How that would be tackled, and how that you would promote that licensing objective. And likewise, the public safety. It is a basement, and my colleague has picked up on one of the issues of accessibility for disabled clients. Now, I've not been inside the vault. I have been in that building, actually, well, not that building, but when it was a bank once, So I do know the area quite well as well. And of course, there are plenty of authorities who are looking at public safety in a basement. I have some history with that as well. So you're talking about up to 60 people in a basement. So I'd be interested in how you feel about, should there be an incident in that basement, for instance, any sort of fire evacuation, because we already know there's only one staircase. If there would be a medical emergency, how that person would be extracted from that basement in the event of a medical emergency, how that would be handled. Prevention of public nuisance, and this is something you have been addressing throughout your presentation, and it would be for the objectors to have their view on how you've addressed that. But the prevention of public nuisance, to me, is one of the biggest things that's actually in their objections here. And protection of children from harm. I noticed that within the application, you mentioned off sales. For instance, page 29, about halfway down in the first box, about 2/3 of the way down, any off sales will only be sold in sealed containers. You haven't mentioned off sales in your presentation just then, so I'm just asking that question. If your intent would be to actually sell alcohol as an off sale, and if that was your intention as part of this application, because it's on here, how you would address the protection of children from harm, thereby not just direct selling from off sales, but also third-party sales, where somebody goes up, of course, and buys alcohol for a third-party underage. And most people have seen that, if not experienced it, they've definitely seen it with other establishments within the city, and not just this city. So third-party sales to underage is, for me, I'd like to understand a bit more about that. And the disturbance to local residents, I'm going to leave that one because I'll leave colleagues here to address that issue, and then we can always pick it up later. I've also got 0800 to 2300 is a very long day. That's a very long day. I'd like to understand a little bit more about the breakdown of what's going to happen. I know some of it's in here, but a breakdown of what's going to happen between 8 o'clock in the morning and 2300 in the evening, and what sort of intake you would expect there. Should you obtain a license to put tables outside, are we talking about people going to work, sitting outside? I just don't know, at 8 o'clock in the morning to 9:30 in the evening. And that brings me to the point where you did mention that, you just mentioned that at 9:30 in the evening, that tables and chairs would be taken in. And I may not have caught that quite rightly, but if they're not taken in, there'll be no way of policing that. I have a number of questions, actually, but I'm just going to sort of leave that there for a moment rather than bombard you with them. Because remember, this is an accumulative impact area. We have to be absolutely certain and clear that we're satisfied that these licensing objectives have been addressed and will be promoted with the fact that it's a cumulative impact area. So I am asking more questions than I normally would. You touched on the residents in the premises above, and that you had undertaken some sound testing of that. I'd like to know what level of decibels those soundings took, and were the door to the top of the stairwell leading onto the public area, was that open or closed? And you've already said that sound test was taken before any soundproofing was actually put in anyway. So what level of soundproofing were you intending to put in? Were you intending to add to it or rely on the vault itself? And was there any representation from those people above? And I'm guessing there wasn't, because I think you would have said, but I don't remember if you actually said that or not. Yeah, one of the objections, and I think it was on page 77, said that 83.5 hours per week was actually not in line with the activities that you were applying for. So, but again, our members of the public may wish to address that yourselves. I'm just trying to bring these points out in order both that you understand where we're coming from, and our members of the public who have taken the time and the effort to turn up realise that we have actually read all this, and we do know what's in there. So it's not just taken, we really need to understand where you're coming from. I have a number of other questions, but I'm going to stop there. I've got some direct questions I've taken some notes here from the statements that you made, and I haven't touched on those yet. So these were just notes I actually made before the meeting. So these are things that just sprung to mind from the report. So if you were able to address some of those questions right now, that would be great. And my colleagues either side may well have come up with some others in the light of what I've just said. Thank you.
Will you be able to remind me of all those questions? I couldn't write them all down quickly enough. But yes, going back to the prevention of crime and disorder, as I said, one of the things that we've done obviously is consult with the local constabulary and got their advice on what to put in the application. So we did that. We went backwards and forwards 2 or 3 times with the local constabulary, made sure that they were happy with everything that we intended to do. So as far as I can see, in terms of prevention of crime and disorder, as far as the police are concerned, we're addressing their concerns. We also have our own concerns as well, and the way we address those is by, and it's a difficult thing to pin down because you can't really have a policy on it, it's about people management. But as I said before, I've worked with very difficult people in the past, so I like to think, maybe I'm flattering myself, but I am quite good at managing difficult situations and defusing potential flare-ups. Mike has been a landlord for many years. He wanted to be here today, but he had an appointment at Addenbrooke's which clashed. So he apologised for that. He might be able to join us later on. So he's got a long experience of working in the hospitality business. A lot of the people that we will be employing at the new venue also worked at the old venue. We have a wide range of policies which were developed at the former venue. So child protection policies, for instance, health and safety training was instituted. So in relation to dealing with incidents in the basement or anywhere else in the venue, we'll obviously be rolling all those policies out again and updating them. But we have a full suite of policies that cover pretty much everything. They'll be adapted for the new venue, but a lot of them are based on recommendations from council officers, from various government bodies. So we feel, in relation to the prevention of crime and disorder and public safety, that we will do everything that we can. So it's not in our interest to have a reputation as a place where difficult people go or where there are incidents on the street. We really, really don't want that. It's not in our interest at all. So we'll do everything in our power to ensure that we keep the venue and the local area quiet and well managed. I mean, I have to say one of my big disappointments is that every midsummer we have to close down, and all the venues in Cambridge, all the hospitality venues, have to close down in Cambridge because of the midsummer fair. And I don't see any police in the area at that time. So the whole of Chesterton Road is closed down because of an event that's happening on Midsummer Common, and we have no control over it.
I do understand that. We do have a lot of points to go through, so I'm okay with that so far. One issue that, in fact, was the primary issue that I did forget to mention, and that was parking issues, because there is no parking around there. So that was a parking issue. So what you're saying is you've got policies to address these licensing objectives. we would like to have seen those, I think, and we might come back to that. But thank you for that. But parking, if you'd like to pick up the parking issue there, then I can remind you of one or two of the other questions after that.
Well, parking, obviously, again, we have no control over parking in the area. But again, at my former venue, most people arrived on foot or by bicycle, and we anticipate it will be the same in the new venue. There is free parking on the other side of Chesterton Road. There is no free parking down Trafalgar Road or Trafalgar Street. So we will be advising customers, we'll put it on our website, which is what we did in the last place, that parking is very difficult. You might find a spot late at night, but we recommend that people arrive by bicycle, public transport, or on foot. So I think have I dealt with prevention of crime, disorder, and public safety? Do you want me to say anything else on that?
If you've got a 1 minute answer to it, that'd be good.
I think I've said everything I've got to say about those two issues. And the prevention of public nuisance, the protection of children from harm. Again, I used to work in the charity sector.
I was particularly interested in the off-sales part of that as well.
Yes.
The off-sales comment.
Yep. I do know a lot about the protection of children from harm. I won't go into the details. With regard to your question about off-sales, the only off-sales we expect will be of bottles of wine, which again, this is what happened at the last venue. We didn't sell beer to take away. We would sell bottles of wine, which is supplied by Cambridge Wine Merchants, and they cost twice what you'd pay in a co-op over the road. So we'd sell a few of those, but they weren't a big income earner, and we're certainly not going to be selling bottles of beer to drink on the street. That's not our objective. We have no desire to do that. Bottles of wine, yes, a lot of our clientele, we imagine, will be coming from Diffrevel and will maybe want to take home a bottle of wine. So I don't really think that's a big issue. What were the other ones that you raised?
Yeah, I was asking about the
Breakdown
noise.
of the day.
Sorry?
Breakdown of the day. You want to know how the day would look?
Yeah, the two things there then is that 0800 to 2300 hours is a long time, and that has been mentioned a couple of times in the objections, and I thought so too. And I do know that there's a small breakdown here within the application of what's going to happen. But again, if you could just an outline, not hook, line, simple, just sort of an outline how you would see a day of that length panning out, what will be happening throughout that day, just over 1 minute or so. I'm not expecting all the nuts and bolts.
Okay. Well, the days will be very well planned, so that what we anticipate is that in the morning will probably be there'll be a lot of students, say, drinking coffee, sitting there with their laptops. People coming in for breakfast. Obviously, we won't be selling alcohol in the morning. Our license, if we get it, wouldn't be. We wouldn't be able to sell until I think it's 11 o'clock in the morning. So the idea is that the venue is a cafe in the morning. Maybe there'll be some events taking place. Maybe some walks, some tours will be starting from the venue, going around the city. There could be an event in the venue. It could be a drawing class or something like that. So from early morning, so from 8 o'clock till maybe midday, it'll be primarily a place where people go for a coffee, a sandwich. It'll be a cafe, basically. And then at lunchtime, we anticipate that we'll be attracting people from the local business quarters. So people will be coming for something to eat. At lunchtime, something to drink. And then in the afternoon, again, we'll be running tours, probably in the afternoons. Tours will end at the venue where people, we hope, will have built up a thirst, so want a drink and maybe a sandwich. Tours are one of the big things that we are focusing on. You can't just run an old-fashioned pub in the way that we used to be able to. It's not what I want to do anyway. I mean, the fact that we have a drink on the premises is because people like a drink, but I'm not opening this venue because I want to open a new bar in Cambridge. I'm interested in a place where events take place, where interesting conversations can happen, where people can gather from all social classes, a destination venue in the city that attracts people not just from the city but from outside the city as well, and brings people to the area also. But the kind of people that we want to bring in are people who are going to be interested in ideas, they're going to be interested in the arts, they're going to be interested in going on walking tours and finding
So
out
what's
more
your
about
picture of
Cambridge.
the day after midday?
Midday, we'll be doing food at lunchtime. Probably around about, let's say, 2 o'clock in the afternoon, we might be running a drawing class, which might start in the venue, and then there'll be a wander around the city.
And then into the evening?
And then into the evening, so round about, let's say, 6 or 7 o'clock, we would switch to doing hot food, probably. We're doing cold food during the day. And we would probably be doing events in the basement. So the basement would be where the events take place. But that's incredibly well soundproof. As I said, the ceiling is that thick and it's concrete. So I really can't see that there'll be any problems with sound.
So just to recap on the alcohol, what time would you be proposing? I know it's in here, but just for the sake of openness, what
Yep.
time would you wishing to be or applying to sell alcohol from and to?
Again, I have to look at the application. I think it's from 11 o'clock till 11 o'clock every day except for Sunday, when I think we close.
Okay, that's what I've got here.
Yep.
Okay, that's fine, thank you. I'll stop there before I monopolise the whole thing. Because I do have other questions, but I'll stop right there and ask my colleagues if they wish to ask any more questions based on what I've said. Okay, thank you so much. Luke, anything to add?
No questions, but I would like to address the 2 errors in the report if I can, so that we can get them corrected now. So at 1.3, where it says the last date for submitting representations was the 10th of May, that should read the 5th of June, 2024. And on 1.4, representations were received from 24 other persons, not 20. 21 of these were in support, were against the grant of the licence, with 3 in support.
Elizabeth? No points of order then, so I've done very well then. Please, in whichever order you wish to speak, and I'm guessing you'd like to go first so you can go. Yeah, please, it's really up to you. I know there's a list here, but really, however you're comfortable on presenting it, which way round is entirely your choice.
Sorry, is this working?
Yeah,
Okay. So I haven't spoken at one of these before, so apologies if I ramble or go off the point. So I live on 1 Trafalgar Road, which is the sort of first house on the right that's basically adjacent to the block of flats which would house this new bar. And I live there with my 3 children, the eldest of which has only just turned 5, so it's very much a kind of family home for us. And I'm just deeply concerned about this proposal to add a bar right adjacent to our family home that is going to be serving alcohol all day, every day, and both inside and on the street outside the premises. That is the element that really concerns me, is this element of drinking on the street and crowds of people gathered on the street, and playing music also all day and late into the night, well after my children will have gone to bed and needing to be sleeping ready for school in the morning. I hear the assurances about soundproofing. I hear that we've been called unreasonable to raise these concerns. But this is a bar that's opening in a residential block of flats that proposes to play live music, DJ nights. The pictures that we've seen of advertising the place have windows and doors open and crowds of people gathered inside and outside. We've heard talk about the place becoming a destination venue in the city, but at the same time we're being reassured that there won't be sort of through traffic of noise pollution of people coming in and out. We've been told that Trafalgar Road is a dead-end road and doesn't lead anywhere, but we know from our own experience, we regularly travel up and down that road ourselves to go in and out of the city and onto the parks and over the river, and that people in the area do as well. I've only lived on Trafalgar Road since November, so it's quite recent that we moved in. And we've already been subject to quite a lot of public nuisance in the area. The other day we had a group of young boys who were sitting on the wall, our wall, just outside our front bay window, getting drunk and shouting while my baby was trying to have a nap. And I went outside and asked them if they could keep the noise down, and they started screaming at me to fuck off and get back inside my house. I'm concerned that a bar with drinking on the street right next to my house will only increase that. The wall outside my bay window provides lovely bench seating for people wishing to drink and smoke. We do have concerns about the use of the side road, because it's kind of, people can go out there a little bit out of the way and can, potentially sell drugs or whatever they want to do, for their bar evening, or use it as a public toilet. I have no doubt that that will happen. We know that that happens when a lot of bars open in the area, and of course all venues will have toilets inside, but people drinking on the street aren't always going to bother to go inside the venue and queue up potentially for a toilet, especially if there's, the venue is popular and busy and successful. They will just use the easiest convenience to them, which could be our side street. I hear a lot of assurances from the applicants that are very kind of vague, full of assumptions and impossible to police, such as things like, well, we want to attract people to the area, but the type of people we're going to attract, and these will be nice middle-class people. I don't see how this can possibly be monitored or policed, or I'm sure that provisions like this can't be written into a license agreement. So how are we going to ensure that these are the kind of type of people that aren't going to create a public nuisance for me and my children? The basement accessibility wasn't an issue that I had thought of previously, but it's come up in this meeting, and we've heard a lot of assurances from the applicant about the types of activities that are going to benefit the community that they would like to host in this event, but it's this venue, but it sounds like this venue isn't going to be accessible to a large proportion of the community, and it's not just disabled people, it's elderly. A lot of the residents of Trafalgar Road are elderly people. It's young mothers like me who, have babies and large pushchairs who can't easily get up and down stairs. We've heard talk about sort of postnatal classes or prenatal classes or yoga classes down there, but how is that possibly going to be safe for women with babies coming up and down the stairs, or pregnant ladies doing a prenatal class in the basement? So I think that's another kind of issue with the kind of character of the venue as it's being presented, in terms of what it's going to provide the community. And I just also wanted to address the kind of issues around them wanting to add something positive in the kind of negative attitudes of the local people. I feel like, again, that's quite an unfair portrayal, because we would really love our community to develop. We love our community. Just yesterday we had a lovely gathering where we closed the streets, and we had coffee and cakes, and the children played, and it was really lovely, and we would welcome, so many of the things that are being proposed about coffee shops or, drawing or yoga classes or well-being centre. All of these things would be welcome. But it's just the element of a bar selling alcohol all day on and off the premises, with loud music playing, that we object to. And it's not about not wanting the area to develop or having kind of negative attitudes towards community. It's just not seeing how in any way what is being proposed is really going to enhance the community, and just a concern that it's going to create additional harm, given that it's a cumulative impact zone and we are already surrounded by so many pubs and bars. How is adding another bar really going to enhance the community rather than prevent further? harm being caused. So I think those are the main points I wanted to cover. And yeah, sorry if I've missed anything out.
Okay, thank you very much for that. So we can either ask questions now, ladies, or wait for all the presentations? I'm happy to, that's what we would normally do. You happy with that? Okay. Thank you very much.
All right, I think I will speak next. I think Ben has got a presentation that I want to leverage, certainly just for some maps. So he's going to get into the Teams meeting. There we go. I have a number of questions relating to the applicant's presentation. I'm not sure if I should start with those or wait until later. I'll ask just a few clarification ones that play into what I have to talk about. So, I just wanted to, a statement that I captured with regards to the development of the Westbrook Centre and elsewhere in our local area. I might be paraphrasing a little bit, but not much. We anticipate a lot more people looking for food and drink. That's something that you said, and you expect that effectively that the amount of traffic and sales of food and alcohol in our area is going to increase. Okay. That's, you know, we're in a cumulative impact zone, and we have an acknowledgement from the applicant that the amount of alcohol sold is going to increase. And that's actually probably irrelevant, irrespective of... the sound has changed, okay. Yeah, so there's an acknowledgement that there were some problems at a former site. That's not remotely a surprise. I think there are probably problems at and related to a number of licensed premises. I do want to pick up on a couple of points around the fact that you've talked to almost everyone on Trafalgar Road was one statement that you made. That you held an open day was another one, and that you are...
Sorry, could I just ask two things? Just slow down just a little bit and address the comments of the panel, please, because I don't really want a cross-examination.
Oh, fair enough. Yep,
Thank you.
sure.
Bring your points out by all means.
Yep. So those points were made. So the points were that the applicant had talked to almost everyone on Trafalgar Road, that the applicant had held an open day, and that they were, quote, very flexible with regards to the neighbours. I think it would be, I could put it in the form of a question. The point is, though, that as far as I understand it, and I believe that others agree, the engagement with us, the neighbours, started within nine days of the closing of the solicitation period, and only when objections started to come in and they were forwarded to the applicant. So there has been, in my mind, zero proactive engagement with the community. And with regards to the open day, that was held on the eve of the closing of the licensing window. So not exactly sort of conducive to giving it all consideration and so on. I think that's what I have in terms of questions there.
Sorry, I will just interrupt there for a second, because that you picked up on a point that actually I was going to ask, and you've now asked it. What I was going to ask, sorry, I wouldn't normally interfere with your presentation, but the open day that you said you did hold, can you just tell us how many people came? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I attended the open day with one other person, with in fact Liz's husband. I can't comment about anybody else going or not. Okay, yes. So I'd like to just sort of start by setting a little bit of context with regards to the neighbourhood. So Ben's got some photographs and maps. This is a photograph from our community day yesterday, actually. So the key thing to point out there is that we do have an existing community we organise via a WhatsApp group and so on, a very community-oriented group around Trafalgar Road, which you see there leading down to the river, and Trafalgar Street, which is across it. That's the map of the area. Hopefully you're situated pretty well in terms of what that is. I think probably a good idea to can we have a quick look at the crime map? So this is a view from the cumulative impact area zone for West Chesterton. And you can see that red circle, which represents ground zero, the epicenter of both incidents and crime, has us on the right edge of that red circle is in it. The granting of the license for this application is going to make that picture worse. Categorically, it's inconceivable to imagine. And according to the amount of sort of traffic that's going to increase anyways, apparently it's going to get worse regardless of whether the license is granted. But that's a point of situation. Some additional context.
Or not? Can I say something?
Well,
Can I say something about the crime aspect? I worked in criminal justice for years and years and
Sorry,
years.
can you leave that till the end? Sorry. Yeah. Yes, I just wanted the applicant to wait till the representations have been made. Please do take notes of what's been said and then respond to it afterwards. Thank you.
So Ben has got here a map of the currently licensed premises. One of the things you'll find, I'll be making references or restating some things from my representation, which starts on page 77 of the agenda pack. We have a number of licensed premises and 5 or 6 public houses within 5 minutes walk of the center of that map. Within 5 minutes, you can get to any of the other public houses, there's 5 or 6 public houses, and you have on that strip that's immediately north of Trafalgar Street, the licensed properties. And I make a point in my representation that in 2019, on that stretch, there were 2 licensed premises, accounting essentially for 20% of the retail on that particular strip. If this license is granted, that goes up to 65% of the premises in 5 years. It's basically massive expansion of alcohol sales on that very strip, all completely within the cumulative impact zone. More in terms of the context, so referring to the Appendix 4 of the Cambridge City Council Statement of Licensing Policy Cumulative Impact Assessment, the West Chesterton alcohol-related crimes rose from 1920 to 22-23 by 11%. The Chesterton Road itself, and this is again according to the league table available in that report, Chesterton Road itself is 5th and stubbornly so. So it remains basically in the hotspots for the whole of Cambridge is Chesterton Road. And obviously there's a great concentration, as you saw, with that epicenter around Mitcham's Corner. Moreover, I'd like to point out and just read a quick excerpt of the response made by by Superintendent Adam Gallop to the cumulative impact zone consultation held in 2023. And I'll read, so this is already part of your own corpus, reading the second paragraph. It is my view that the cumulative impact policy is both necessary and proportionate to prevent crime, disorder, and nuisance, promote public safety, and prevent children from harm. Unfortunately, violent crime and alcohol-related antisocial behavior remains a significant issue for both the police and local partners to address. We continue to spend considerable time, effort, and resource tackling this. The special policy on concentration of premises is seen as a vital tool in preventing further escalation of crime and disorder levels. Yeah, and that's, if you don't already have it, that's this letter that's Appendix E to that consultation. And so while I appreciate that the police haven't made an explicit opposition to this particular point, they clearly remain concerned about the amount of alcohol-driven incidents and crime. That's fine. Okay, sorry, I just come back. All right. I want to just talk very briefly about a couple of other instances that have informed my objection to Alcademy. So I live on Trafalgar Street. My rear neighbour is a property on Chesterton Road, which houses the retail establishment Thirsty. Thirsty I'll be very brief. Thirsty had initial licenses, one of the two licensees I referred to existing in 2019. They were violating the terms of the license agreement, which led to them needing to apply for a variation. The exception that they were making to the license was they started using the outside area of their premises without any authorization, without planning permission, in fact. And so that triggered a need for a variation. One of the things that I learned through that was questions around signage to beg patrons to be quiet when they're on site and when they're leaving are utterly useless. These questions of how things get policed when patrons leave the site is a complete unanswered question that I remain deeply concerned about. Moreover, we have currently active, exactly the same scenario is taking place 2 doors down at Taste from Hungary, where we have a license that was applied for and granted, and then the licensee basically pushing the boundaries and possibly being pushed into causing a variation. All of this informs me and tells me that a license, once granted, is basically a baseline for people to then go and escalate further from. And I'm sure objections will be made, that's not what we're going to do and so on, but that is my lived experience in the last couple of years. That there's basically this scope creep and this intent to go further. So this makes me particularly worried about this highly maximalist license that's been applied for here, that's basically, as was quoted from my representation, 83.5 hours of alcohol sales a week. That's really the core of my concern. In terms of the context, some specific points speaking to specific harms, nuisance in particular. Sorry, just before I move on, the key part I'd like to state is that while there's a lot to be admired in terms of the applicant's proposal, and by the way, paragraph 1 of my representation is one that recognizes that there is some benefit that's possible. So it's not all unreasonable objection. I would like to posit. But the fact is that the license, once granted, can turn into exactly what's on paper. And obviously, your role is to assess what has been written down, and not necessarily the fact that there are yoga antenatal walking tours, etc., that are there. What we see is a license being granted or potentially being granted for another public house and right on our corner. In terms of the actual impact, so it's been acknowledged that no policing can be done of members of the public 50 or 100 yards away, I believe close to the applicant's words. My property is 50 meters from the corner door of the building, and accessible. The closest route, not that people would necessarily want to be going there, is to the alleyway. And so I have, if you see this unnamed alley, that is the alleyway that we're talking about. My property backs onto that, and so there's a clear concern. Some photographs. Ben, I'm sure, will take you through a little bit more afterwards. So basically misuse, abuse of that alleyway, and I've seen, as I've reported in my representation, cases of urinating, defecating, vomiting in that alleyway. I've been told of other even more nefarious behavior I haven't witnessed myself. So there's the misuse of the alleyway as a nuisance, but probably the most important one is that of patrons departing. Hello? Okay, yeah. So the largest concern is about patrons who are leaving the site and then walking down Trafalgar Road and Trafalgar Street. I happen to disagree, and we could probably get out and measure pixels about the distances to travel. The fact is that regardless of who's right. They walk along Trafalgar Street and talking loudly, and we see a clear pattern from sort of 11 to 12 and sometimes later into the night of people who are speaking very loudly. And bear in mind that Trafalgar Street is is a very, very narrow street. It's 6 meters from front wall to front wall across the street. Sound carries extremely well down it. We can hear the vehicles on Victoria Avenue even. And so that noise carries very, very clearly. And obviously with the summers getting hotter and windows being open, that's straight into our bedroom. And it's inconceivable that, having another establishment 50 meters away is not going to add to that. It's just, it's inconceivable. I'd like to look at the evidence, but I struggle to imagine it's actually there.
I think your microphone's given up again.
Hello? Yeah. Yes, on the occasion of that open day, one of the points that I asked the applicant about was, well, what if all of this, yoga, having reading club, having walking club type of activity doesn't work out as a business, and you feel that there's a need to effectively collapse it back to being just a regular public house. And the applicant conceded to me that he could make no guarantees about the future. And on that basis, I would ask that you consider strictly what has been written down and what is being requested in terms of an alcohol license, because that is the fear that we have, and we have zero guarantee that that won't happen as early as the day after the grant of the license. And I'd like to believe that there's better goodwill than that, but the fact is that there's the possibility that the moment the license is granted, that we get the absolute worst case that we fear. Also, in the context of that discussion, on 2 separate occasions, and Liz's husband was present and can attest to this, I asked if there was an openness to changing the licensing hours, to reducing the licensing hours, and on 2 occasions that notion was flatly declined. So there has been no willingness to compromise, no solicitation of our opinions ahead of time, and no desire whatsoever to compromise on the hours. And so on the basis of all of that, I call on you, the committee, to deny the application in full and request that the applicant actually engages with the community that you've seen photographs and a sort of a plan of before making another much more reasonable submission that we would like to consider in good faith. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hopefully, I just saw you swapped microphones over, so hopefully that one will work. At the end of the presentation, you can, yes. Please.
Okay, there's been a lot of talk, there's a lot of words on paper. We discussed about how we can represent our community. So I'd like this part of the last presentation to present it visually. Pictures say 1,000 words. So I'll pick up from where Alexis left off. I'd also like to go back to the beginning, if you like. Where is this place? What's around us? What's the community like? So a lot of this will be visual on screen. So no need to look at me. The screen's more informative. So picking up. So this is the picture of where we live. I live here. Number 5 lives next door. As Alexis said, we have a very good community around us. The things in red, little drink bowls, there's plenty of places to buy and consume alcohol on or off license. This does not include any restaurants. There's many restaurants around here also selling alcohol. So it is partly becoming, a really nice, lively area. But in terms of objections, let's go back to that, and thank you, Luke, for correcting us on the objections. So I did, obviously we care about our area. We know we all know each other. We want to know what's going on and be part of it together. So we have, and I mapped this out, where are these people from? So the 21 objections that you received, 20, and they stated where they live, are either on Trafalgar Road, and these are the triangle marks, Trafalgar Street, some on Chesterton Road, and a couple, I believe, above the actual site itself. There's also a couple down near the boathouses, which are just south of the picture here. So this strong community, that is around this venue, are basically saying, yeah, like the concept of some sort of community thing, but the hours, the public safety, the nuisance, we've had enough already. We don't need any more. So moving on, we mentioned briefly about the time period of when the notice went up. So this is factual. Andreas, Lizzie's husband, actually posted up the notice, which went up on Thursday, the 9th of May, carefully positioned with, 9 drawing pins. I missed that going up on the WhatsApp group. I caught up with it over the weekend and thought, right, I need to go and look at this myself. I went outside to try and find the notice. It wasn't there. So it clearly been down over the weekend. I don't know why. So I'm not going to mention it, but it doesn't look like an act of vandalism. I couldn't find anything that had been removed. I chased the council to say that surely this should be up. I think I spoke to Luke. The notice got put back up. So it was down for several days. Had I not mentioned that, the notice might have gone through the period without anybody seeing it. I'll move on. Lots to talk about. So just to give you a picture, because I'm aware that some people may know the area, some people may not. So this is our Academy's intended venue. Chesterton Road here, very busy road. And this is our narrow Victorian Road, Trafalgar Road. It goes down to an unnamed alley, and then here is Trafalgar Street. So that's just a bit of context. You can see Liz's house is here in the...
It's just in the corner there by the unnamed alley,
Yeah.
the bay window house. Yeah.
Yeah, I've got some more detail to follow. So, yeah, here you go. If you walk down, basically we've measured it. It's 25 metres, so just 25 metres away. This is Liz's house, myself and Sue here. This is the unmarked alleyway. It's dark at night. There's no lighting. It's not a private road. It's not owned by anybody. Okay. It's where our children go down to come into the back area of our garden. So our garden's back on this. So a couple of gates here. And with Alexis as well. So 3 gates. The 3 children there, my 2 children, Alexis, and there's other neighbours along there. Yes, it does get used as a toilet, drug use, loitering. It's a fact. It's a great place to do that because it's dark. This is the view from another angle. This is walking further down the alleyway. You can see the 2 red arrows. That's rear access to our back garden. And I guess what's good about this is you can see on the right-hand side, it is residential gardens. We sit in there. Alexis brought up about Thirsty. Now, Thirsty is just behind this brick wall, as is Taste of Hungary. A couple of summers ago, we were just sitting in a garden and you could hear a comedy thing, just like you're hearing me now. It's very, very quiet. Although we've got Victoria Road and Chesterton Road, Victoria and Chesterton Road near us, it's very, very quiet. It's peaceful. There's a lot of family there. The site for our Academy is obviously just beneath that residential block. So moving on. Yes, this is fact. This is what happens. Our front walls get used as a sitting area all the time. We have to move people on. Yes, it does get used as a toilet. This is a place opposite, and you can see Liz's house there. And I think, as we pointed out, we use the corner of this at least twice a day. You know, we always go to the co-op, children coming to and from school. You know, it's a very, very well-used corner. And coming at it from the other angle, this is walking past the venue. So this is very, very busy, as you know, Mitcham's Corner, the big ring road. Very, very busy, you know, with traffic, pedestrians and so on. And this is the proposed site. Moving on. On that corner, now, it's very, very, this is taken from my car. Often we do get people parking on this corner. It's very, very difficult when you're driving up here to actually see round the corner because of the nature of the buildings. You've got this building on the right here, you've got the building on the left, and notice it is one way. Until you get up, I mean, I think the line should stop earlier because although the stop lines are here, it would be very, very easy to somebody to pull out or you know, a pedestrian to pull out. It's really, really hard to get around that corner. Plus, delivery vehicles come in the other way. So it's a very, very busy corner. So I'm now going to bring up the a map of the, diagram of the venue. So a bird's eye view. So this is the. Okay. Okay. So plan view. So you've got customer entrance here. Doesn't seem to be like me zooming in. Okay, I'll leave that. I think you can see the. Right. Okay. So along the front there is. Okay. Let me move on. This is to do with noise now. Move on to noise. How there is. I was going to discuss noise coming out of the basement. So you've got an open stairwell in the middle of the basement. That will flow up. I used to DJ. I know about music. I know about sound levels. And music and noise will spread. It bounces around. It's an open stairwell. The plan also shows open windows at the front. And you've got an entrance in the front of Chesterton Road, at the bottom there. And you've got this proposed seating area, whatever seating it may be, outside. The image at the top is taken directly from promotional material, showing a crowd of people. It looks quite pleasant, doesn't it? There's nobody's got a drink in their hand. It's all ice creams and chatting. Yes, that may happen in the morning or during lunchtime or whatever, but there is a. Even with that amount of people and that floor space outside and on the street, I mean, I have seen, cars mounting the pavement there to park or delivery vehicles, and then you get tourists walking by along that road. As I said, it's a very, 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 very busy corner. Also, my children have to go around the corner, and when these children, have to go to school, again, at least twice a day for everybody going around that corner. Not to mention the noise that's going to occur out here. Liz mentioned community. This is our community. This is Trafalgar. So this happened yesterday. We had a community well organised with the council. We got the road closed well in advance. It was leafleted around through the WhatsApp group. This is our community. We do like things like this. We're very, very tightly knitted, and it covers all ages. A lot of diversity here. Very, very safe, family-orientated area. What else is our area like, if you're not familiar? This is Eddie, who runs Tishka Cafe, very successful. Notice the seating arrangement. Doesn't serve any alcohol. Obviously, we've got old-fashioned university cycle shops. We've got Wallace the Butchers, who's been there forever. This is on the corner of Trafalgar Street, where Alexis lives, just on the right-hand side there. It's a really nice spot, and you can see it's surprisingly quiet down here. Recently, we've had dispenser open. And notice I'm now pointing out where we can buy alcohol. So again, a family-run business operating a deli, which doesn't open late, just at 5, I think, maybe only one day at the weekend. Very nicely done and thought out as a business. And we have the co-op directly opposite us. This is on the opposite side of Chesterton Road. Everybody seems to go there twice a day. Of course, you can buy alcohol there. There's a newsagent there. Again, family-run business. They sell alcohol, so you've got different price points. Great Britannia's recently opened, no outside seating area, selling fine wines. So you're going from, if I want a cheap bottle of whatever lager to, very expensive English wine and everything in between. We've also got Thirsty. It seems to be very, very busy. They seem to be doing very well. Massive problem with the garden, which we pointed out in terms of licence creep, as we call it. Thankfully, they listened to the community and agreed to, what we wanted as from their business in order for them to operate. We've also got round the corner near the laundrette on Victoria Avenue a new cafe as well. Food, drink, vinyl. They're selling some old vinyl at the back. The drink, it's a cafe. Vinyl, it used to be old records, printed on. So some other kind of angle to a cafe. Now, this is recently opened. This is directly opposite, on the corner, Cafe Culture it's called, opposite the Academy venue. Now, they're a Thai couple, English guy and a Thai lady. Again, a family business. Just the sort of thing that the community is embracing, in that they have very, very sensible licensing hours. They're only open till 9 p.m. on Friday and Saturday. During the week, it's something like 11 till 3. Selling Thai food. They do not have an alcohol license, and they do not want one. The landlord does not want one. From previous experience, he doesn't allow it. He doesn't want it. Obviously, from bad experience. So our area is a quiet residential area. This is where we live on the left. You can see our academy at the proposed venue at the top. Trafalgar Street. It's a very, very quiet. This is a wide angle of the corner. Trafalgar Street again. Trafalgar Road. The bottom of Trafalgar Road where we had Sports Day going down to the river. I'm nearly there, by the way. You can see just a few slides. So in summary, it's family orientated. We've got PhD students opposite us that are studying, windows open when it's hot. I haven't shown pictures of children here. There's stickers on the window to show that. We have elderly people. Howard has very kindly added. We're in the same demographic, really. There's a person that has to stay in their home. They've got Crohn's disease. They suffer from the heat. Obviously, they've hardly ever seen. We have recently bereaved people. I know people with mental illness. Somebody's got something to do with noise. They've got a very low noise threshold. It's a peaceful area. Yes, we do get the occasional big event like the fair and everything, which everybody knows about. And also, there's children there.
Can I just ask you to finish up now?
Yeah, sure. So this is the other side of what we're seeing that could potentially happen to the licensing hours. This is taken from our Academy's promotional material directly. So is this, DJ nights in the basement. So it has the potential. They're looking at working with these guys, Construct Sound, who's a London-based techno music organisation. I know what loud music sounds like. Going back to the pretty picture of how our academy could look in the sun, imagine that at the bottom when you've got lots of outside late night drinking every night, people loitering, etc., with sounds emanating. And as the applicant has pointed out, if there's something in the basement, we can actually pump out to the outside level. I come back to my family and our families, you know, how's my daughter going to get on? How does she navigate around that corner, you know, endangering her life? In conclusion, I am very worried about the business plan. I don't have any confidence in the applicant for running a business. But just from marketing, I come from marketing, my wife's in marketing. Why was the area not consulted at all? At all? It's bad business. You do market research for a business. On all those aspects, you know, just a few days before this notice ended, it kind of like as a panic thing, I would ask the panel to please deny this application. No faith in the business plan, and hence, if you can't even market yourself properly or communicate, how the hell are you going to look after, you know, the pillars of public safety, nuisance, crime, disorder, and children? Thank you.
Thank you very much for those presentations. Councillors, any questions?
You talked about the corner being well used. I'm not quite sure I understood the relevance of that.
Well used. Okay, so obviously we live there. My wife goes to work. She has to drive up that road every single day around that corner. She has to come back at the moment in summer. My children going to school. So, you know, there's two ways you can get into that: from the river, which is south, or from the north, because obviously if it's dark, I advise her to go on a public way rather than coming, because the road can be quite dark. So she's coming there at least twice a day. There's also other people's children. There's quite a few young kids, not babies now, but like 3, 4, 5 years old. You know, they're going to primary school.
I just wanted to add to that, yeah, so I drive
Much
past
fun.
there several times a day with my, with my children, or ferried in a big cargo bike to take them to and from school, and there's already a lot to navigate around that corner with all the traffic, and I'm just worried about crowds of people gathered there drinking on the street to try and navigate through that, as well as all the traffic with my, you know, wagon full of kids. That, you know, the safety aspect of it. It just doesn't seem like a very safe place for a lot of people to be gathered drinking on the street. I think is the point.
But I think the plan is for tables and chairs to go out there, right?
I think so, but how are they going to stop people from... I mean, the promotional materials we've seen are people kind of standing all around in the corner. Okay.
I can follow up just one comment. Yeah, there are tables and chairs. If you've seen outside Cafe Culture, you know, 2 or 3 right against the building. And on Thursday they have them, on the dispenser they have them. The problem with this location, it's on a corner. That's a big problem, because people will naturally spill out into the road or down the street.
Yep. So the next question is, there is no outside space at the back, right? So we're talking about people in the front. That's your main concern. Is that right?
Yeah, people in the front, and obviously coming from the city into that area, walking. It's only a 10-minute walk, 5-10-minute walk from the south of the city, over Fort St George Bridge, over Victoria Avenue. People do cut through there. I know, because I live there.
If I may, just on the application, the application site plan, the red boundary, which I presume means the licensed areas, covers the totality of the north pavement right up to the curb, and so I understand that there's a separate issue of a license permit and so on, but what is currently being sought is the ability to sell alcohol on the totality of that pavement. So effectively, what you see on that photo. How it actually works out in the end, I don't know, but this is presumably what you're being asked to consider.
Okay, you no questions, are you sure? Okay. Okay, thank you for that. It's fairly detailed. I don't have any questions. I've made lots of notes, and we get the exactly where you're going with that. So happily, you'll be happy to hear, I don't have an awful lot of questions for you. It seems to me that the two main objections can be easily boxed in to the amount of licensing hours, the long day going, I think I've already highlighted, and the fact that there's alcohol to be served here, and there are lots of other alcoholic outlets within the area, and the potential for noise nuisance. And sort of that's it in a basket, really, isn't it? That's most of it. So I'm just going to ask a question, really. It may not have any relevance at all, but and it's maybe not for us to consider, but I'm just interested in your view, because you do have a strong community there. I have been there a number of times, so I know exactly where you are. What if there wasn't an alcohol licence?
Ladies first.
If I may, I refer you to point 1 of my representation, page 77. I think it would be fantastic.
We agree. Some sort of community, say if it was a cafe, stir further down the road on Chesterton Road, very successful business, opens in sensible hours. They do yoga and stuff like that. No alcohol. And some sort of community hub. I think that's a great...
Okay, so basically, I'm just trying to get a steer, because I know how important community is to everybody, and I'm sure the applicant feels no different. I mean, communities are important to all of us. So I just wanted to just understand in my own mind, as I say, it may not be anything we can consider anyway, but I was just interested what you thought if there was no alcohol licence, and you've answered that. So that's fine. So what I'd like to do, Mr. Taylor, is to give you your opportunity, and we would all be very grateful if you could keep that as short as you could. But I know that you're going to have some, because you spoke for a long time earlier this morning. So please feel free to address those concerns that you need to. And if we can, I guess you hear what I'm saying, if we can just roll it along, that'd be useful.
Well, thank you. First of all, something about myself. I think I mentioned I worked in criminal justice for more than 15 years. I work with ex-offenders, young people at risk. I'm very aware of the difficulties of working with such people and how to manage them. I said, at my previous venue, the Engineer's House, that area was riddled with drug addicts. It was a real problem area in Cambridge. We moved in, we renovated the property, we renovated the grounds, we cleaned it up, we got rid of there was a little encampment along what they call Tesco Lane, and we raised the whole tone of the area. We transformed it. It was a dump down there before. The place had been boarded up for years and years and years. It was notorious as a hangout for junkies and alkies. And we changed that, and we were very strict about how we managed that venue. So we were transformative in that part of Cambridge, and people loved us. We had a really good rating on Google reviews. We had lots of people going there. It was very successful, and I can't see why I would suddenly change my character and the direction of my working life in order to encourage alcoholics and ne'er-do-wells to hang around this nice part of Cambridge and cause problems. It's not where I'm coming from. It just isn't. I know how to deal with difficult people. As I said, I've consulted with the police. It's not in our interest to create difficulty in this area. Just think of it as a sophisticated European bar. You wouldn't have people objecting to a nice bar opening all day and into the evening. Why? Because people accept it. It's just part of the culture. It seems to me this is exaggerated concerns about things which haven't even happened yet, and some small things might take place. I don't know. I can't guarantee anything, but we will police. Sorry.
Sorry, I think I hope you don't mind my interrupting, but I think the issue is not difficult people necessarily, but nice people who are drunk.
Well, again, with nice people who are drunk, we sign up to all these agreements with the licensing authority, and we have our own policies for dealing with people who are drinking too much. We just get them to stop. We don't want to become a venue where people just go to get drunk. It'd be too expensive to get drunk at our venue. And that's the way we look at it. You go there, you have a nice meal, you go to an event, you have a glass of wine, maybe you have a birthday party and have some champagne. But it's not going to be the kind of place where people go to get smashed. It isn't a Wetherspoons. It's not that kind of a place at all. It's not in my interest to develop that kind of venue. As I said, we transformed the Engineer's House and Garden. We spent over £100,000 on that venue, developing it. And now it's a very successful, very attractive part of the city. People love going there. So I think we'll do the same thing for Mitcham's Corner. I mean, that corner has been empty for years because of COVID, and then because the previous applicants, Calverleys, decided they couldn't handle it because of the problems with COVID, so they pulled out. But what we're offering to create is a very nice, welcoming venue which operates in the interest of the local community. Concerns about what might happen. Everything we've said on our website, in our meetings with people, has been about creating somewhere there that local people want to go, feel safe in, that children feel safe in, where you can have children's parties and events. It's no desire to create the kind of place that I think they're imagining in their minds that we will create. If we leave at some point, which I guess we might, we've got a 15-year lease on the place, I can't guarantee what will happen after we leave, but it's not in our interest to develop the kind of place that they seem to be concerned that will eventually be created. It's just not what we want to do. You talk about the stairway and the noise. The fact is the stairway will be closed off, so that's not going to be a problem. As I said before, the lobby, there'll be a lobby downstairs in the basement, so that will be fully enclosed. The area over the stairs will be enclosed as well. We're not allowed to have noise leakage from the basement, so that's not a concern. It shouldn't be a concern. On the ground floors, I've already said.
Sorry, who said, when you say you're not allowed, under what rule are you not allowed?
We have to. We agree with the council to set the noise limits. The noise limits are set within the venue. We have our own PA, and we control that. So anybody visiting, whether they're an acoustic musician or a DJ or a speaker, we control the volume level. As I said, we've set it so that you won't be able to hear noise in the flat above or in the flat behind, which makes sense. I wouldn't want to live in a venue where I could hear noise reverberating through my flat all hours of the day and the night. It's not going to be like that. We would get shut down if we violated all the terms of our agreements. So I really don't think that's the windows don't open at the front, by the way. As I've already explained, the seating area outside will be exactly the same as it is for Thirsty and all the other venues on that street. We're not going to apply for a permission to build a parklet. We're not going to do that. That's changed and changed quite a long time ago. This is part of Mitcham's Corner development area, so there will be a lot more venues coming to the venue, we hope. As I said, one of the reasons we went there was because we saw this as an area that was developing, was becoming an attractive place to live and to hang out. So, it's not in our interest to make this into some kind of dive where people just get sloshed and create problems. It really, really isn't. As I said, I can't see where this idea has come from, that we are going to create the kind of customers that are going to create problems for residents of Trafalgar Road. I can't see our customers really going down Trafalgar Road. I can't see why they would want to. And I actually measured the distance, as I said before, from our front door back onto Victoria Bridge, and it's longer to go round the back way, to cut through the back alley, than it is to go down the main road. So, and I've been there for many days now, weeks and weeks, And I don't see people taking shortcuts around the back of our venue. There's very little foot traffic. The foot traffic that is there is going down to the boat houses, or it's the locals going to the places that they live in.
Could I just answer that point about the through traffic and the distance? I mean, I mean, there might be, you know, sorry.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I actually measured it on the map, and it is, and you can put the map up and you can see it. It's longer to go from our front door down the back than it is. And I can't see why people would be going around the back anyway. And it's a public right of way, so what's the problem? It shouldn't be a problem. I mean, it might be nice for you to keep it nice and quiet at all times, but I can't guarantee that somebody might walk down there at night. It's a public right of way. But they're not going to be coming out, pouring out of our venue at 1 o'clock in the morning, roaring drunk and singing. They just won't be. So I think there seems to be exaggerated concern about what kind of a venue we're going to be developing on the corner. So I can't. The noise concerns, I don't think they are valid. I really don't. I don't like noise either. I don't like lots of noise. I don't want people outside my house shouting and getting off their heads. So I understand that, but I can pretty much guarantee that it's not the kind of venue that we will be developing. It really won't. As I said, at my previous venue, we held community events all the time. We made it into a very pleasant place in Cambridge. We were very enthusiastically received. People did like us. There were a few people who lived in the flats nearby who objected, but then we expected that and we dealt with that.
Okay, if you can finish up, give you another 2 minutes.
Yeah. As I said, there seems to be a concern about young people. I worked with young people for years and years and years, and I know how to manage them, so I can't see that being an issue. I work with people at risk in the UK, in Europe, and even in South America. If people want cheap drink, they won't get it from us. They'll have to go to the Co-op or somewhere else, but it's not going to be a place where people go for cheap drink. We are very community focused. As I said, if local people want to hold events there, then we'll be completely open to that, and we won't be charging them to hire the space. We'll make our income off the sale of food and drink. Pictures that have been shown are old pictures. Some of them are from the first application that was made, as I said, by our architect, and things have changed since then. The website has been open for comment ever since we launched the website, which was over a year ago. They're on and off throughout, so if people want to come and talk to us, they can. So it's not true that we haven't been available. We have. Anything else? As I said, we're highly experienced people working in the business. Both myself and the person who will be the landlord. So I really think we'll be an asset to the area. We're not going to be something that people are going to be objecting against. I'm pretty sure that once we open, local people will be coming because they like what we've got to offer. And they will want to use the venue to host their parties and for their children to come and have their parties as well. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you very much for that. That's your 2 minutes is now ended, I'm afraid, but thank you for that. Any questions for the applicant at this moment? Okay, so if you'd like to just have a couple of minutes each, if you should require that as a response, because we've all had quite a long time to put your cases now, so we'll need to put all this information together and come up with a reasoning. So a couple of minutes each for that at the maximum, if you would. Thank you so much, in whatever order you choose. And we'll go to the licensing officer for any comments, and to Elizabeth, our legal representative, and then we will retire to consider.
Yeah, I just wanted to respond to 2 points. One was about the kind of it being used as a as a way to travel back and forth. The distances are probably much of a muchness. Yes, I'm prepared to believe that it's slightly longer to go down Trafalgar Road, but the huge advantage of going down Trafalgar Road, which is why people go down there, is because the river's down there and it's an absolutely beautiful way to walk, and it's much more pleasant to walk that way than it is to walk down the busy street and over the bridge that way. So that's why people do walk down that road all the time. And as I say, the distances are pretty much of a muchness, so it's not like it's a long way round. And as the applicant himself just acknowledged, of course he can't stop people walking down that road, leaving his venue and drunk and walking down that road, possibly loud and rowdy because they've been drinking all evening, because it's a public right of way. So of course that can't be policed. And the second point I wanted to raise was just in response to, again, this kind of emphasis on the fact that it's a community place and it's for the community. And again, yet the community weren't consulted, and yet the entire local community, there are so many objections from the local community and not support. And the emphasis on, it's a place where kids would be welcome, it's a place where the elderly would be welcome, it's a place for postnatal yoga groups, all of these things where we've just discussed in this meeting how the venue isn't actually appropriate for that because it's in a basement where there isn't proper accessibility. And so it wouldn't really be safe for the kinds of activities that they're claiming it would be used for. Would a kids' party be appropriate down in the basement if there isn't that accessibility to exit in case of a fire? So it seems to us that what is being proposed is an alcohol license all day, every day with live music. The promotional materials show DJs, they show people drinking. That's really what we're looking at.
Okay, thank you for
That's
that,
it.
Lisa. Ben or Alexis?
Yeah, thank you. I'll just pick up some notes and questions. They're kind of rhetorical questions. One, this is not Riverside. It's a completely different location. I think the Riverside venue was great, and what happened there was great. One question is, if it was such a successful business, why did it get shut down due to licensing issues? I believe it's still going on. There's some worry there from a business perspective. DJ music is loud. Quiet music you can hear. It's not loud, but you can hear it. It's a disturbance. You mentioned about putting kids in the basement while the parents go upstairs for a kind of baby-friendly event. I found that really worrying. How can you possibly create a Euro-style venue that's very civilised if you don't even consult the community around you? So from a bit, I've lost all faith in how the business is being set up, marketed and run, and I don't feel our concerns are being listened to or addressed. I still feel we're getting a lot of aggression backwards here. I really feel I'm scared actually of what could happen on this corner. I really believe it's not going to enhance the community; it will cause harm.
Thank you very much.
So I'll just pick up on a couple of points that were made, including the fact that apparently we have exaggerated concerns and we have views of what might happen. I want to be absolutely crystal clear. I've done so in my representation, we've done it as well. We are actually currently living versions of this, and we are fearful that it is going to get worse as a direct consequence of this license. We are not concerned about some theoretical thing that has never happened to us yet, and it might happen, and we're afraid of it. This is already happening. I was frankly, truly shocked to hear some sort of inference that the public right of way is a public right to be a nuisance, because it's not. I mean, we have people walking down Trafalgar Street speaking loudly. They're clearly inebriated. I've never heard them sort of say to each other, hey, we should be quiet because we're in a residential neighborhood. So they're talking to each other with loud voices, and this happens today. And I don't want an additional single case of it. And you have made the statement, I can pretty much guarantee it won't happen. Well, I mean, this really is your opportunity to make the guarantee, to show the committee what your guarantee is that it's not going to happen. I'm open-minded but I'm of the view that you cannot possibly give that guarantee. So the noise of...
Yeah, we're just sticking to those 2 minutes and then that's it.
Yeah.
So no questioning, please.
Yeah, no, that's really it. I mean, I've said my piece, but the key point and Ben's points about the neighbourhood being sort of quiet, notwithstanding, it is, you know, during the daytime, it is a quiet place, but there are already very clear exceptions to that in the evenings, correlated with closing time of licensed establishments. We see that it is happening today, and we are fearful it is going to get worse. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Luke.
Thank you. I'd just like to refer you to 5.2 of the report, which gives you your options today. Members should take such steps that they consider unnecessary for the promotion of the licensing objectives, and the subcommittee may resolve to grant the licence subject to the mandatory conditions and those conditions offered by the applicant, which may be modified to such extent as the authority considers necessary for the promotion of the licensing objectives, to exclude from the scope of the licence any of the licensable activities to which the application relates, to refuse to specify a person in the licence as the premises supervisor, or to reject the application. And members must give reasons for their decision.
Thank you, Luke. Elizabeth, any observations, comments? Microphone, Elizabeth, please.
Apologies. The members of the public did mention earlier that they would consider reduced hours. Is that something that, I didn't hear any representation regarding what sort of hours you would say is suitable for the premises to be allowed to...
We would be open to that. We haven't come prepared with what we think the right answer is, and that is very, very particular, at least in my case, based on the fact that I initiated that discussion with the applicant in person on June 4th, raising the question explicitly in plain English on 2 occasions, and was told on 2 occasions that there was no scope for compromise. And so on that basis, I request that the application be denied, and that if there is a community focus on the part of the applicant, that he engages with the community and we have exactly this discussion.
Thank you. And similarly to the applicant, have you considered any variation in the hours to operate the alcohol licence?
No, we just applied for a standard licence. We didn't apply for a late night licence. It's the same kind of licence that we had at our previous premises. It's the same licence that I think all the venues on the street currently have. I think what you'll find, and what I found at my previous venue, was that people were going home. Most people go home at about 9:30. It's nice if you've got a few people having a chat and a late night, say late night up until about 10:30, or whenever we have our closing time. But we don't really anticipate it. There's not going to be some big pouring out onto the street at 11:30 at night. It's not going to be that kind of a venue.
Thank you. I just wanted clarification.
Yeah, no, we want the flexibility, but it doesn't mean that we're going to be open 7 days a week till 11 o'clock every night. It really doesn't.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Okay, I'm going to pick up on that point because I was going to ask that, and that's why I asked the objectors about the licensing. So just to make that clear, that you wouldn't consider any reduction in those licensing hours that you have applied for at this time. That's just a yes or no.
Yeah, we don't want any reduction. We want the flexibility.
Okay, thank you. So, no, I wasn't asking about flexibility. I was just asking whether you would be prepared to reduce the amount of hours, licensing hours, that you've already applied for, and you've responded no. Okay, thank you very much. So we'll disappear for a while. We'll report back to you in around about half an hour to 40 minutes to let you know whether we're likely to make a decision today or whether we're not. But so you're not just hanging around endlessly wondering what we're going to do. So I'd like to come back after about 30 to 40 minutes to give you some sort of guidance so everybody knows what we're doing. Thank you, everyone. Okay, thank you for coming back. This won't take a couple of minutes. I know it seems a bit dramatic to come back, but this is the best way to let people know what we've been doing. And we asked Luke to come in on a couple of technical questions about licensing, nothing to do with the decision, because he doesn't have anything to do with the decision. I just needed some clarification as to actually licensing procedure. Elizabeth, our legal officer, actually oversees the proceedings, has nothing to do with the decision, and guides us on points of law should we need to be hearing those, and make sure that we're actually following the correct procedure. And again, Elizabeth has nothing to do with the decision-making process, so we're all clear on that. The question that we want to ask is this, and it's to the residents, the objectors, and it is this. If we were minded to reduce the hours, would that be something that you were likely to accept? I'm not saying we are going to, but we need to know. I could just have come and asked you outside, but it was something that we need to understand your feelings on this, and we have something in mind.
Obviously, this is not something we've conferenced on and discussed in much detail. But I've got to say that the answer is no. My feeling, I believe shared by the others and potentially the wider residents, is that we should do as I've requested in any case, which is to decline this license and actually go through the steps of a community engagement and discussion and come to a compromise that we can come along, potentially even support without even coming along to here, rather than doing a sort of a horse trading on hours in this committee without consulting the rest of the neighbours and so on. I don't think that would be fair to them, so the answer would be no.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all we need to know. Thank you. Good afternoon again, everyone. Sorry for the bit of a protracted time, but we do take our time with these things. They are important, so we don't just skim over everything. We make sure we consider everything. Sorry, Elizabeth, I didn't realise you'd come back. I thought you'd gone the other way. So what I'll do, I'll read this document, a copy of which will be available to you. And then once the record of decision has been read, that will conclude today's meeting. So, record of decision to consider the application Alchemy in regards to the premises 54 Chesterton Road, Cambridge, CB41EN, licence to provide the following licensing activities: plays, films, live music, recorded music, supply of alcohol. We heard representations from Matthew Taylor, the applicant, the following persons from Trafalgar community representing other public speakers: Alexis Mather, Liz Yarrow, Ben Rowlings. The reasons you appeared before the subcommittee: for the subcommittee to consider an application under section 17 of the Licensing Act 2003 to apply for a premises licence for the sale by retail of alcohol with respect to 54 Chesterton Road, Cambridge, CB41EN, has been received from Other Side Limited. The application was served on Cambridge City Council, the licensing authority, on the 8th of May 2024. A copy of the application was also served on each responsible authority. The application and plan is attached to the report at Appendix 1. Representations were received from 21 members of the public objecting to the application and 3 members of the public in support of the application. The subcommittee had to decide whether to grant the application or refuse the application. In making our decision, we considered the following list: Statutory Provision Licensing Act 2003, Statutory Guidance, Cambridge City Council Statement of Licensing Policy, Reports, Cumulative Impact Assessment, March 2024, and Superintendent Adam Gallup's letter to the Licensing Committee in October 2023, advice from the legal officer, representations from the applicant and members of the public. We found the following facts. The premises is in a cumulative impact area. The proposed community events will add value to the area. The premises is in a residential area. There were 21 notified objections and 3 representations in support. There is an unlit alleyway in close proximity to the premises. The entrance to the front of the premises is very close to moving heavy traffic. The premises is on the corner of a traffic junction. There are 9 various licensed premises in the cumulative impact area with various opening and closing times. The issues regarding the licensing objectives raised by the residents primarily relate to night time. We did not consider the following fact to be relevant. The previous premises run by the applicant were not relevant. Our reasons for this are, whilst previous experience with licensing is relevant, the areas are different. Our decision is as follows: to grant the licence with the following conditions. 1, no alcohol to be consumed outside the premises. 2, the following times shall apply to the sale and consumption of alcohol on the premises: 12 noon to 1900 hours, Monday to Sunday. Our reasons for reaching this decision are as follows. 1, we have considered other licences in the area and their opening and closing time. 2 premises are far away from residential areas. The others are very different types of establishment, being delicatessens, restaurants and shops. The remainders are cafes with earlier closing times. There is only 1 comparable bar close by with an extended closing time, but the customers of that establishment are likely to avoid the residential streets due to its location. Number 2, the premises is on a residential road and likely to have a greater impact on the nearby residential streets. 3, with reference to paragraph 3.2 of the agenda, The onus is on the applicant to demonstrate why the granting of the licence would not add to the accumulative impact already being experienced within the area. We found that the reported issues primarily occur at night. The applicant has not fully demonstrated why granting the licence would not add to the accumulative impact of the area. We have therefore restricted the licensing hours. And that completes this statement. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. That concludes our meeting today.